For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north P gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business.
the Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business, verified complaints for impeachment. Impeachment complaint against Vice President Sara Duterte filed by at least one-third of all the members of the House of Representatives on February 5, 2025. Impeachment complaint filed against Vice President Sara Duterte, filed by Teresita Quintos Deles, Father Flaviano, SBD Gary Alejano et al., and endorsed by Representative Percival B. Sendanya of the Akbayan Party List on December 2, 2024. Impeachment complaint filed against Vice President Sara Duterte, filed by Teodoro Casino, Lisa Masa, Nery Colomares et al., and endorsed by Representatives Franz de Castro of the ACT Teacher Party List, Representative Arlene D. Brosas of the Gabriela Party List, and Representative Raul Daniel A. Manuel of the Kabataan Party List on December 4, 2024. Impeachment complaint filed against Vice President Sara Duterte, filed by Reverend Father Antonio Labiao Jr., Reverend Father Rico P. Ponce, Reverend Father Dionisio B. Ramos et al. And endorsed by Representative Gabriel H. Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur and Representative Lex Anthony Chris A. Colada of the AMBIS OWA party list on December 19, 2024.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today, as provided for in our additional reference of business, a verified impeachment complaint against Vice President Sara Duterte has been filed by at least one-third of all the members of the House of Representatives on February 5, 2025. Mr. Speaker, for the record, may we inquire from the Secretary General the total membership of the House as of today, February 5, 2025.
The Secretary General will please respond.
Mr. Speaker, as of the present, the total number of members of the House of Representatives is 306.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may we inquire from the Secretary General how many members of the House verified and swore before him the impeachment complaint?
Secretary General, please respond to the query of the Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Section 14, Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedures, in impeachment proceedings, the total number of House members who verified and swore before me this impeachment complaint is 215 House members.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may we know what is one-third of the total number of the members of the House?
The Secretary General will please respond.
Mr. Speaker, one-third of the total number of members of the House is 102.
The Secretary General has responded to the query of the Majority Leader. The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, in consonance with the Constitution on Article 11 on accountability of public officers, particularly Section 3, Paragraph 4, and pursuant to Section 14, Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure in impeachment proceedings, which provides as follows. Section 14, endorsement of the complaint resolution to the Senate. A verified complaint resolution of impeachment filed by at least one-third of all the members of the House shall constitute the articles of impeachment. And in this case, the verified complaint resolution shall be endorsed to the Senate in the same manner as an approved bill of the House. Considering that the Secretary General has certified that at least 215 members of the House of Representatives have verified and swore before him the said impeachment complaint against Vice President Sara Duterte, and consistent with our rules, I move that the Secretary General be directed immediately to endorse the same to the Senate.
There is a motion to direct the Secretary General to immediately endorse to the Senate the impeachment complaint, having been filed by more than one-third of the membership of the House, or a total of 215 members. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is so directed. The session is suspended. The session is resumed. The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 16, Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure in impeachment proceedings, I move to elect the following members of the House of Representatives as prosecutors in the trial on the impeachment complaint filed against Vice President Sara C. Duterte. Representative Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro. Representative Romeo M. Acop. Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. Representative Joel R. Chua. Representative Raul Angelo Gil Bongalon. Representative Loreto B. Acharon. Representative Marcelino C. Libanan. Representative Arnan C. Panaligan. Representative Isabel Maria Zamora. Representative Lawrence R. Defensor. And Representative Jonathan Keith T. Flores. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to elect the aforementioned members as prosecutors in the trial of the impeachment complaint against Vice President Sara Z. Duterte. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in the additional reference of business earlier read by the Secretary General, there are 3 other impeachment complaints filed against Vice President Sara C. Duterte. These are the impeachment complaint filed by Teresita Quintos Deles, Father Flaviano Villanueva, Gary Alejano et al. And endorsed by Representative Percival Sedanya of Akbayan Party List on December 2, 2024. Next is an impeachment complaint filed by Teodoro Casino, Lisa Masa, Nery Colmenares et al. And endorsed by Representative Franz L. Castro of ACT Teachers Party List, Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List, and Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List on December 4, 2024. And the last one, Mr. Speaker, the third one, impeachment complaint filed by Reverend Father Antonio Labiao Jr., Reverend Father Rico Ponce, Reverend Father Dionisio Ramos et al., and endorsed by Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, and Representative Lex Anthony Chris Colada of Ambis OWA Party List on December 19, 2024. Pursuant to our rules of procedure in the impeachment proceedings, considering that the plenary has already transmitted to the Senate the impeachment complaint filed by 215 members on February 5, 2025, that is today, I move that the 3 other impeachment complaints filed on December 2, 2024, December 4, 2024, and December 19, 2024, be transmitted to the archives. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to transmit to the archives the aforementioned 3 impeachment complaints filed last December 2, 4 and 19, 2024. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. These impeachment complaints are transmitted to the archives.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of Honorable Dimsar Sali of the Lone District of Tawi-Tawi, and these are the personnel of the Ministry of Basic, Higher, and Technical Education, led by the Provincial Director, Mariam Nuruddin.
Is there any objection? There being none.
The guests, Mr. Speaker, of Congressman Dimsar Sali, we would like to have them recognized. And these are the personnel of the Ministry of TESDA Tawi-Tawi, led by Provincial Director Mariam Nuruddin.
To the guests of our dear representative from Tawi-Tawi. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11354 under Committee Report 1365 submitted by the Committee on Justice. And for this purpose, may I request that the Office of the Secretary General be requested to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said bill.
House Bill number 11354, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 5 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the province of Zamboanga del Norte and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose sections 14J and 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Juliet Maridilion Ferrer, the Committee Chair of the Committee on Justice, to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer, you are recognized for your sponsorship. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, it is an honor to sponsor House Bill number 11354, contained in Committee Report number 1365, creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 5 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the province of Zamboanga del Norte and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose sections 14, 1 and 29 of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, as principally authored by Representative Glona S. Labad-Labad. Mr. Speaker, I move that the explanatory note of House Bill number 11354 be adopted as the sponsorship speech for the same measure.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpolator on the said measure, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship.
There being no interpolators for the said House bill, there's a motion to close the period of interpolation. Any objection? There being none, motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Any objection? Chair hears none, motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendment.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments, there being no committee or individual proposed amendments. Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11354. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion that we vote on second reading House Bill 11354. All those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 11354 is hereby approved in second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to recognize in the meantime the guests of Attorney Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro from the Municipality of Lobo. These are Vice Mayor Angelito H. Abiera, Jordan Rojero, Edwin Macalalad, Dennis Magnaye, Ariel Camo, Christian Lumanglas, Jerwin Balmes, Albert De Chavez, Marvin J. Abdon, Maria Lieca Alcantara, Noel De Chavez, Emerlon Menes, Jomer Ramirez, Ronald Marsigan, Jose Delica, Mike Ledesma, Jeffrey Anuran, Jeremy Ilagan, Carl Vincent Castillo, Ralphie Ilagan, Gilbert Garzon, Jason Lester Castillo, Jake Paglikawan, Eddie Safrudin, Reynaldo Guno Jr., Remy Ilagan Nuestro, Marlon Anyayahan, Morlon Campang, Leo Cerezo, John Mariel Cerezo, Florentino Di Maano, Ricky Baxa, Anieline Abol, Fernando Abol, Arias Balmes, Sheila May Perez, Christian Ramirez, J.R. Ramirez, Chito Albania, Pedong Carandang, Brando Dueñas, RJ Castillo, Randolph Limbaga, Norberto Abanilla Jr., Brian Capili, Mark Anthony Delmo, Jamerica Joy, Evangelista Marvin Alvarez, Ryan de las Alas, Hernan Atienza, Kurt Francis Nara, Renel de Chavez, Joler Adoptante, Jovelyn Ramirez, Lori Lee Frane, Cecil Asi, and Karina Adalia.
Sa mga panauhin mula sa bayan ng Lubo sa pangunguna ng kanilang Vice Mayor Angelito Abiera, mga guests ng ating napakasipag at napakahusay na kinatawan mula sa lalawigan ng Batangas, malugod po namin kayo tinatanggap sa House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, also under the calendar of business for the day, I move to take up House Bill number 11382 under Committee Report number 1392, and may we ask the Secretary General to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said House Bill.
House Bill 11382, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Coronadal, province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Juliet Ferrer to sponsor the measure.
The Representative Juliet Ferrer, you may proceed for your sponsorship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor House Bill number 11382, contained in Committee Report 1392, principally authored by Representative Peter B. Miguel, creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Coronadal, province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit that the explanatory note of House Bill number 11382 to be adopted as a sponsorship speech for the said measure, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, we move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion that we close the period of interpellation, there being no interpellators. Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being neither committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no committee or individual amendments, there's a motion that we close the period of amendments. Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on House Bill number 11382.
There's a motion that we vote on House Bill 11382. All those who are in favor, please say aye. All those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11382 is hereby approved in second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider, under the calendar of business for the day, House Bill number 11384 as contained in Committee Report number 1393. Printed copies have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to the rules. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
There's a motion to consider House Bill 11384. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said House Bill.
House Bill number 11384, an act creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Pascual, and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in municipalities of Lobo and Tingloy, all in the province of Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose sections 14E and 30 of Batas Pamansabilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Acts of 1980 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, Representative Juliet Marie de Leon Ferrer of the 4th District of Negros Occidental, to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Justice, Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer, you're recognized for your sponsorship. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor House Bill number 11384, contained in Committee Report 1393, principally authored by Representative Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Pascual, and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Lobo and Tingloy, all in the province of Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose sections 14E and 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit the explanatory note of House Bill number 11384 to be adopted as the sponsorship speech for the said measure.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
There's a motion that we open the period of interpellation. Any objection? Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
There's a motion that we open the period of amendments. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendment, I move that we terminate the period of amendment.
There's a motion that we terminate the period of amendments, there being no committee or individual amendments. Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 11384. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion that we approved on second reading House Bill 11384. All those who are in favor, please say aye. All those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11384 is hereby approved in second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports.
Secretary General, you may proceed.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 11417, further amending Section 6 and 9 of the Charter of Palampon Polytechnic State University by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 11418, mandatory allocating budget for youth programs in the local government by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 11419, granting free maintenance medicines to senior citizens by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 11420, institutionalizing the Philippine National Games by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 11422, providing for monthly stipend for students in state universities and colleges whose parents are enrolled in the 4Ps by Representative Sendanya.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 11424, providing for the revised charter of the Overseas Filipino Bank by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 11425, amending the Creating a People's Small-Scale Mining Program and for Other Purposes Act by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 11426, enhancing the protection and welfare standards for migrant workers through expanded compulsory insurance coverage by Representative Vargas Alfonso.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 11427, streamlining the registration and licensing of Minahang Bayan and ensuring environmental protection and responsible mining in the utilization of mineral resources by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 11428, amending Article 1, Section 5 of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009 by Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
To the Committee on Muslim Affairs.
House Bill 11432, addressing the shortage of principals in public schools and for this purpose mandating a one school, one principal policy by Representative Castro Franz.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 11433, strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard by introducing policy and organizational reforms by Representative Madrona.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 11435, converting the municipality of Isulan, province of Sultan Kudarat, into a component city to be known as the City of Isulan by Representative Sakaluran.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 11436, naming the Cebu-Cordova Link Expressway to Raul V. Del Mar Bridge by Representative Del Mar.
To the Committee on Public Works.
Resolutions. House Resolution 2224, congratulating and commending Chino Tanconscianzi in the 51st All Japan Sambo Championships and Japan 2025 International Competition held in Tokyo, Japan in January 2025 and for bringing honor and pride to the country and the Filipino people by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 2225, urging the Committees on Agrarian Reform and Cooperatives Development to jointly conduct an investigation on the reported exploitation and violations committed by Agumil Philippines Incorporated against palm oil cooperatives and farmers in Palawan that resulted in heavy debts and displacement from their own lands by Representative Brosas Castro Franz and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2226, urging the Executive Department through the DFA and the DOF to continue to participate actively at the United Nations Tax Convention negotiations from February 3 to 6, 2025, and to vote with all developing countries for the adoption of a comprehensive and progressive United Nations Tax Convention by Representative Sendanya.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution 2228, urging the Department of Labor and Employment, the Department of Migrant Workers, and the Department of Foreign Affairs to craft a comprehensive plan of action to address the impact of United States President Donald Trump's immigration policies on Filipino migrants in the United States by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution 2229, calling the appropriate committee to conduct an inquiry into the alleged condominium oversupply in Metro Manila by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letters dated January 24, 2025 of the BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House of Representatives duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee reports. Committee Report 1414 submitted by the Committees on Social Services, Appropriations, and Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 11423. Committee Report 1415 submitted by the Committees on Agriculture and Food and Appropriations on House Bill 11429. Committee Report numbers 1416 and 1418 submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution 2227 and House Bill 11431. Committee Report 1417 submitted by the Committees on Disaster Resilience and Appropriations on House Bill 11430. Committee Report 1419 submitted by the Committees on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, Appropriations, and Ways and Means on House Bill 11434. Committee Report 1420 submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation on House Bill 11437. Committee Report 1421 submitted by the Committee on Metro Manila Development on the privileged speech 00181.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of Antonieta R. Udela from the 2nd District of Zamboanga, Sibugay. The following visitors: Aniseta Awit, Merlita Awit, Christine Irene Bulan, Plaridel Caparas, Joel Jeffrey Awit, and Caleb Bulan.
To the guests of Congresswoman Antoinette Atetata Udela from Zamboanga, Sibugay. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11400 as contained in the committee report number 1405. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said House Bill.
House Bill 11400, an act expanding the coverage of the senior citizens' privileges and benefits, further amending Republic Act Number 7432 as amended, entitled An Act to Maximize the Contribution of Senior Citizens to Nation Building, Grant Benefits and Special Privileges, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Senior Citizens, Representative Rodolfo Ompong Ordanes, be recognized to begin his sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The chairperson on the Committee on Senior Citizen, Congressman Ompong Ordanes, you may now proceed for your sponsorship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good afternoon to all our guests and colleagues in this August chamber. Today, I rise to sponsor the proposed House Bill number 11400 under Committee Report number 1405, entitled An Act Granting Additional Benefits and Privileges to Senior Citizens, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7432 as amended. This measure embodies our unwavering commitment to enhancing the welfare and quality of life of our elderly population. Ang ating mga senior citizens ay nag-alay ng dekada ng kanilang buhay para sa pagbuo at pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Kaya naman, tungkulin natin bilang isang lipunan na parangalan ang kanilang mga ambag sa pamamagitan ng pagsiguro na ang kanilang mga pangangailangan ay patuloy na natutugunan at ang kanilang mga karapatan ay napangangalagaan. As such, this bill proposes a compilation of amendments to expand the benefits and privileges granted to senior citizens. Third-party apps and websites like Grab, Foodpanda, Shopee, and Lazada have become essential to the Philippine economy. The rapid growth of digital technology has made it easier to access and provide products and services for the comfort of our homes. This shift became especially evident during the COVID-19 pandemic, when mobility restrictions pushed everyone, including senior citizens, to rely on the internet and digital platforms for basic needs. Sa investigasyong sinagawa ng Committees of Ways and Means, Senior Citizens at Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities noong nakaraang taon, isa sa pinakamalaking isyong lumutang ay ang hindi pagbibigay o pagtanggi ng mga nararapat na diskwento na nakasaad sa batas para sa ating mga senior citizens tuwing sila'y bumibili o nag-o-order online. This bill addresses a gap in Republic Act 9994 for the expanded Senior Citizens Act of 2010, which does not clearly apply discounts to online transactions. While we recognize the efforts of government agencies like the DTI, DA, and DOE in issuing Joint Memorandum Number 02, Series of 2024 to enforce senior citizen and PWD benefits for online purchases, we see the need to enshrine this provision into law for stricter enforcement. Further, this representation believes that the state and the private sector are responsible for enhancing the general public's welfare, thus including introducing the role of HMOs and insurance. However, even with health plan enrollment and insurance benefits, many senior citizens still struggle to afford hospitalization and major surgery costs. This proposed amendment seeks to ensure that individuals covered by healthcare and insurance providers can still access the government-granted benefits by including payments made through HMOs and insurance companies. We can help ease financial burdens and ensure everyone receives necessary medical care. These proposed discounts and tax benefits will also help address the essential needs of senior citizens, reducing their financial burdens by covering essential goods such as medicines, food supplements, utilities, transportation via transport network vehicle services, toll fees in skyways and expressways, parking, and professional health care. The additional benefits including a 15% discount in electricity and water utilities, 8.5% special discounts on basic necessities, corresponding exemptions, and an increase in debt benefit assistance to 25,000 pesos. Directly improve the affordability of essential services and commodities. Moreover, expanded privileges like exemptions from parking fees and the Unified Vehicular Volume Program if a senior citizen is on board the vehicle, and discounts on traffic fines demonstrate the government's respect and care for our mobility and dignity. My dear colleagues, this bill is more than just a piece of legislation. It is a statement of our nation's gratitude to this valuable sector. As such, I strongly urge this august body to approve this measure. Together, Let us continue to build a society where the rights and needs of our elderly are continuously cherished and safeguarded. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion. Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There being no committee or individual amendments, there's a motion to close the period of amendments. Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 11400.
There's a motion that we vote on second reading the approval of House Bill 11400. All those who are in favor, please say aye. All those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11400 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to take up on second reading House Bill number 11359 and under Committee Report number 1373, and we would like to ask the Secretary General to read the title of the measure.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? There being none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said House Bill. You may proceed.
House Bill number 11359, an act providing for a comprehensive and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Angelica Natasha Ko of the party list BHW to sponsor the measure.
Congresswoman Angelica Natasha Ko of the BHW party list, you're hereby recognized for your sponsorship. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, and fellow public servants, a pleasant day to all. On behalf of the chairperson of the Committee on Population and Family Relations, Representative Ian Paul D., it is with great honor and deep responsibility that I stand before you today to sponsor and strongly advocate for the immediate passage of House Bill number 11359 in substitution of House Bills numbered 4480, 8823, and 9572, entitled An Act Providing for a Comprehensive and Responsive Civil Registration and Vital Statistics System. This measure represents a long overdue and transformative reform as the country's civil registration system is a 1930s law. The current civil registration framework is governed by Act number 3753, also known as the Civil Registry Law of the Philippines, which was enacted into law on the 26th of November 1930. While we accept the importance of our old law, this proposed measure will ensure the accurate, effective, and inclusive documentation of vital events in the lives of all Filipinos. While Act number 3753 laid the foundation for civil registration, it is imperative to update and reform this almost century-old law to align our civil registry system with technological advancements, international best practices, and the evolving needs of governance. Honorable Speaker, the civil registration serves as the foundation of legal identity of every Filipino. A birth certificate is not merely a document. It is the key that unlocks fundamental rights and access to essential services such as education, healthcare, employment, social protection programs, and legal recognition. However, despite its undeniable importance, our current civil registration system remains burdened by systematic inefficiencies and challenges that undermine its effectiveness. Among these persistent issues are the fraudulent registrations of vital records uncovered during the Quad Committee deliberations, delays in birth registration, inaccessibility of civil registry services, in geographically isolated and remote areas. Data inconsistencies and data management issues stemming from the absence of a unified digital platform for securing and maintaining the vital records. The Philippine Civil Registry Act seeks to address these challenges and institutionalize a modern, efficient, and responsive civil registration system through the establishment of the Philippine Civil Registration Authority, a specialized and independent entity distinct from the PSA's census, demographic, and statistical functions mandated to administer and oversee the civil registration, promulgate and enforce policies, rules, and regulations, establish and maintain the Philippine Civil Registry database, and ensure universal and accessible registration of vital records. The swift passage of the Philippine Civil Registry Act will bridge the inefficiencies in our civil registration system, ensuring that no Filipino is left undocumented and that every citizen has a legal identity and enhanced public service delivery. This will streamline processes with stronger data security and fraud prevention, improve coordination with national and local government units, and promote economic growth and global competitiveness. Honorable colleagues, this proposed legislation is not merely an administrative reform. It is a matter of social justice, governance, and national development. Delays in its passage mean continued inefficiencies, gaps in identity documentation, and lost opportunities for many Filipinos. I humbly call upon each of you to support the immediate passage of the Philippine Civil Registry Act. Let us act with resolve and urgency to institutionalize a modern, inclusive, efficient, and responsive civil registration system. One that serves not only the present generation, but also those to come. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being neither committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no committee or individual amendments, there is a motion that we close the period of amendments. Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 11359.
There's a motion that we vote for approval on second reading, House Bill number 11359. All those who are in favor, please say aye. All those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11359 is hereby approved in second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the speech of Representative Zia Alonto Adyong, delivered on January 27, 2025, to the Committee on Public Accounts.
Is there any objection? Motion is hereby approved and referred to the Committee on Public Accounts. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 6557 and Senate Bill number 2838, respectively, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers. We have been informed that the Committee on Local Government, sponsor of House Bill number 6557, as well as the authors thereof, are in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2838. In accordance with our rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2838 as an amendment to House Bill number 6557.
There's a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2838 as amended to House Bill number 6557. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2838 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 6557. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10841, strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard by introducing policy and organizational reforms. We have been informed that the Committee on Transportation, the sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors thereof, have no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10841.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to the House Bill number 10841. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10472, increasing the bed capacity of the Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital in the city of Bacoor, province of Cavite. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10472.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10472. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10081, increasing the bed capacity of the Region 1 Medical Center in the city of Dagupan, province of Pangasinan. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10081.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendment to the House Bill number 10081. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 8925, requiring the proper and immediate burial of Muslim cadavers in accordance with the Islamic rites. We have been informed that the Committee on Muslim Affairs, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 8925.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendment to the House Bill number 8925. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Speaker, we move to suspend session for a
Session suspended.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 11137, 11359, 11372, 11373, 11375, 11376, 11393, 11394, 11395, 1400, 1402, 11354, 11382, 11384, 11429, and 11430, and House Resolution numbers 2203 and 2214 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion to include the aforementioned House bills and additional co-authors to the aforementioned House bills and House resolutions. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to authorize all committees to conduct meetings or public hearings if deemed necessary during the House recess from February 6 to June 1, 2025.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11430 as contained in Committee Report number 1417, submitted by the Committee on Disaster Resilience. Copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members, and may I request, therefore, that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill to, without prejudice to its insertion into the records of the text thereof.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11430.
House Bill 11430, an act institutionalizing a mechanism for the declaration of a state of imminent disaster, providing that the criteria for its declaration and lifting, enabling anticipatory measures, and providing funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jose Manuel Alba from the First District of Bukidnon to sponsor the measure rather.
The gentleman from the First District of Bukidnon, the Honorable Jose Manuel F. Alba, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, fellow members, esteemed guests, good afternoon. It is my utmost honor to stand before this august body today to sponsor one of the results of the efforts of the Committee on Disaster Resilience and the swift actions of the government agencies who have contributed their essential inputs. This measure is very personal to me as one of the principal authors, the privilege and honor I share with the committee chairperson, Alan Ecleo. Set to become the first national legislation for anticipatory action worldwide, it will facilitate the movement of national and local resources to be used to act before a hazard strike. This legislation was inspired and brought about by the Philippines' vulnerability to natural disasters and the need to respond with urgency and efficiency every single time disaster threatens to strike. To quote the explanatory note of House Bill number 9935, which this representation filed on February 14 of 2024, this bill recognizes the need for a proactive approach to disaster risk management. It seeks to establish a systematic mechanism for declaring a state of imminent disaster. This mechanism will enable the government to anticipate and respond effectively to impending disasters, thereby minimizing their adverse impacts on vulnerable communities and enhancing the country's resilience to disasters. More specifically, the proposed measure also seeks to clarify and streamline the respective roles and responsibilities of government agencies, local government units, and other stakeholders in implementing anticipatory measures, mobilizing resources to address imminent disaster threats. The anticipatory action protocol under this bill, or the step-by-step implementation of anticipatory action based on the activation of predetermined triggers, aim to make sure all actions towards prevention, response, and recovery are done effectively and efficiently. The bill also aims to impress upon our responders and officials the no regrets approach as a way to inspire a rather overachieving anticipation of danger and zealous prevention of damage to life and property. This measure augments and strengthens the policies and measures that have been put in place by RA number 10121, also known as the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010. In the time that the Committee on Disaster Resilience has dedicated to deliberating, discussing, and working on this measure, its importance to our national disaster resilience policies is emphasized. It is our fervent hope as proponents of this measure that the House stands by and with us in our goal of making our nation strong, not only after a disaster, but more so before. With the support and permission of this august body, the passage of this measure is hereby respectfully sought. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
The gentleman from the Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Raul Manuel, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the sponsor yield to just a few questions about this bill.
It would be an honor to respond to the questions of the Honorable Manuel of Kabataan Party List.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. We share the intent of the sponsor na mas mapaghandaan natin ang iba't ibang forms of disasters sa ating bansa. Kaya ang magiging interpellation ko po, Mr. Speaker, would be a comparison between our mechanisms for declaration of state of imminent disaster tsaka ang doon po mas familiar yung ating mga kababayan yung state of calamity. So ang unang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, is there any similar mechanism sa pag-declare ng state of calamity na makikarry over din dito sa mechanism for state of imminent disaster? And if there are any differences, mainam din pong marinig natin mula sa ating sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleague. The most glaring difference between our existing declaration of state calamity and this particular measure is that the declaration of the state of calamity is actual after the fact. No? After the disaster occurs, then the government can now declare the state of calamity. It is actually a reactive measure that the government institution actually take right after a disaster strikes. No? In this particular measure, Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, this is a proactive response to an impending disaster. With the aid of science and technology, we can now determine with almost certainty the strength of a particular typhoon, the wind speed, the potential damage, all are actually made available to us with the different government agencies, especially PAG-ASA and DOST. So the idea is, what can we do knowing that this typhoon, whatever category it may be, knowing that this is actually bound to happen, what can we do to lessen the damage to our to life and property? So hindi na po with a country like ours that is actually being visited 20 to 25 times a year, with 30% of that is actually very destructive. We need to take a proactive response, no? Or we need to develop that anticipatory mode of responding or preparing to known possible disasters. No? And this is the measure that we are introducing, because this measure will actually provide government, local government units and the national government unit to mobilize resources prior to the arrival of, let's say, a typhoon. No? Kasi with the aid of science and pre-disaster risk assessment, we can now determine how much damage or where are the possible areas that will heavily hit by by a typhoon. No? So, in a nutshell, parang ganito po yan, no? Para mas maunawaan ng ating mga kababayan. If you compare the cost of repairing a small bahay kubo versus providing that bahay kubo, the owner of the bahay kubo, of more resources to protect the structure, makikita naman po natin na mas malaki ang masisave ng ating pamahalaan, ng gobyerno, sa pagbibigay ng tulong to reinforce the shelter rather than after the disaster, you provide the necessary resources to build the bahay kubo from scratch. So yun po ang isang bagay na gusto nating ma-address. Pangalawa, sa kasalukuyang eksperyensya ng mga local government units, no, especially yung mga 4th and 5th class municipalities, which we all know have very limited LDRIM fund. Kung titingnan po natin paano sila, for example, evacuation. Saan po nila kukunin yung pang-evacuate na pera sa LDRIM fund prior to the disaster? Kung titingnan po natin yung 5%, 70% of that is actually allocated for preparedness and prevention and mitigation. No? The remaining 30% is actually the quick reaction fund. Marami pong nagsasabi sa atin na mahirap kasi yan, sir, galawin. Kasi makukuha kami kung may pre-evacuation. Lumalabas kasi na yung activity namin is already a form of response. Preemptive response. That preemptive response is actually not captured in the 70%. So yun ang nagiging concern. So with this particular measure, we are introducing the concept of anticipatory action in the 70% of the LDRIM fund. So that in the event that there is an impending disaster and the result of the PDRA or the pre-disaster risk assessment suggests that a preemptive evacuation can be done, the budget for that mobilization, for the logistics and everything, can be sourced from the portion allocated for anticipatory action. So yun po yung gusto nating ma-address, no? Kasi taon-taon nasasalanta tayo ng bagyo, taon-taon din po tayo nagre-rebuild ng mga bahay ng mga kababayan natin. And napakalaki po ng gastos natin for the rebuilding, rehabilitation. It is therefore our humble suggestion that we take proactive measures to prevent or to lessen the potential or to reduce the potential damage to the life and property of our kababayans. This is the heart and soul of this measure, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleague.
Mr. Speaker, we see the wisdom in that, lalo na sa mga kababayan natin. For example, in my case, I live in hometown. Yung permanent residence po natin ay nasa isang coastal area. At sa mga kababayan po natin na pwedeng naninirahan sa mga lugar na relatively mas prone to risks like storm surge or yung mataas na level ng tides, lalo na kapag meron pang mga paparating na mga bagyo. In fact, kahit po alam nila na dapat sila mag-evacuate at merong mga panawagan na rin sa kanila ng barangay officials o ng mga LGU na mag-evacuate sila, may mga kababayan tayo na hindi agad-agad nag-evacuate. Hindi dahil matigas yung kanilang ulo o ayaw nilang makinig sa sinasabi sa kanila, pero dahil yung maliliit na mga bahay nila at kung anumang kagamitan na meron sila, para sa kanila, napaka-precious na yon. Kaya hindi nila kayang iwan yung kanilang mga gamit at kanilang mga bahay. Kaya may mga kababayan tayo na mas pinipili na medyo patagalin muna yung pagstay sa kanilang mga bahay. Tapos kapag lalong lumala na talaga sa kanila sila mag-evacuate. Pero given the choice, ayaw nilang iwan yung kanilang residence. Kaya kapag meron tayong ganitong state of imminent disaster, may declaration, tapos makakapag-mobilize ng pondo, then of course, along with proper implementation, ito ay posibleng maging mainam na tulong sa ating mga kababayan. Kaya ang next na tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, is regarding the funding. Since based on what was mentioned by our sponsor, ay pareho pa rin ang fund source. It's the local DRRM fund. Tapos maging sa national agencies po natin, ang National DRRM Fund or Calamity Fund. Pero mas pinalawig natin ang scope ng pwedeng purposes para matap ang mga pondo na ito. So, our question, Mr. Speaker, kasi kapag may state of imminent disaster, ibig sabihin naghahanda pa lang tayo. Pero kapag nangyari na, 'di ba, magta-transition na tayo sa state of calamity. So, paano o ano ang magiging papel ng mga agencies natin, LGU man or national, para matiyak natin na walang malalang overlap doon sa period na merong state of imminent disaster at may state of calamity?
Okay, thank you for that question, Honorable Speaker, my esteemed colleague. The declaration of imminent disaster is actually based on the pre-disaster risk assessment done by either the LGU or at the national level in consultation with other government agencies. No? And as we all know, the mobilization happens before the disaster strikes, no? Assuming that this particular measure is approved. The effectivity of the declaration of state calamity does not happen automatically. As we all know, there is also that assessment right after the disaster strikes. If there's really a need to issue or to declare a state of calamity. So these are actually two sets of processes that needs to happen, not simultaneously, but one after the other. So there's enough process, there's enough framework that will guide our decision makers. We're just adding a new framework or guideline that our decision makers can actually execute to provide more flexibility to our leaders in times of impending disasters. So I don't see any conflict or even overlap, except for the disaster itself. No, we have enough safeguards, and right after the disaster strikes, it does not automatically, there's no automatic transition to a state of calamity, because there has to be an assessment also of the damage, the extent of the damage, no, before a declaration can be made. So
With that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions sa ating sponsor, and we join him in securing the sufficient funds and preparations for disasters in the different parts of our country, especially in the Philippines, which currently ranks as the most risk-prone country in terms of climate disaster. So, maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, at sa ating sponsor.
thank you, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who wish to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 11430.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 11430, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 11430 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11429 as contained in Committee Report number 1415, submitted by the Committee on Agriculture and Food. Copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members, and I therefore request that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 114329.
House Bill number 11429, an act establishing a national program for the malunggay industry and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Michaela and Angela B. Swansing of the 1st District of Nueva Ecija to sponsor the measure.
The lady from the 1st District of Nueva Ecija, the Honorable Micaela Angela Biswan Singh, Vice Chairperson, Committee of Agriculture and Food, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. As Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and Food, it is my honor to sponsor House Bill number 11429 on behalf of the Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Food, the Honorable Wilfredo Mark M. Enverga. The bill, entitled An Act Establishing a National Program for the Malunggay Industry and Appropriating Funds Therefore, seeks to establish a national program for the comprehensive development of the malunggay industry in order to 1. Improve the investment climate, 2. Boost competencies and efficiency of agribusiness, 3. Promote malunggay as a source of livelihood for poverty alleviation, and 4. Maximize its utilization for health and nutrition. The goal is consistent with the Declaration of Policy of Republic Act number 7900, the High Value Crops Development Act of 1995, which is to accelerate the growth and development of agriculture, enhance productivity and incomes of farmers and the rural population, improve the investment climate, competencies and efficiency of agribusiness, and to develop high-value crops as export crops. House Bill number 11429 will institutionalize the interventions for the promotion and development of the malunggay industry from production to marketing, including export, and will pave the way for harmonized and integrated interventions from both the public and the private sector. This measure will be the mechanism to address the gaps and other challenges affecting the value chain of the industry, which includes production, processing, marketing, and export, among others. The key provisions of House Bill number 11429 are as follows. First, it creates the Malunggay Industry Development Committee to be chaired by the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture and shall coordinate with various organizations to organize the moringa producers, processors, input producers, and suppliers, domestic and international marketers, traders, as well as allied and related industries into an umbrella organization. Second, it defines the roles of various government agencies to ensure the effective implementation of this act. Third, it formulates a 5-year framework for development, which shall serve as a guide in the formulation and implementation of plans, programs, and projects for the advancement of the industry. And finally, it formulates the Malunggay Industry Roadmap, where all Malunggay stakeholders shall be involved. With this, Mr. Speaker, in view of the foregoing, the Committee on Agriculture and Food humbly seeks the support of our esteemed colleagues for the passage of this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpolator, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendment nor individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11429.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 11429, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 11429 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that the guests of the Honorable Zia Adyong be recognized, and these are the officers of the Development Bank of the Philippines, led by President and CEO Michael De Jesus, Senior Vice President Catherine Magana, Senior Vice President Caroline Olfindo, Senior Vice President Soray Adyong, First Vice President Cristina Malab, Vice President Jose Maria Villarreal, Senior Assistant Vice President Luisa Aguirre Pangilinan, Senior Assistant Vice President Leopoldo Resmundo, Ms. Angela Nina Zano, and Mr. Louis Hitosis.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Zia Alonta Adyong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur. They are guests from the officers of the Development Bank of the Philippines, led by President and CEO, my friend Michael De Jesus. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report of the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11144 and Senate Bill number 2942, resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro region in Muslim Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and all the said Conference Committee report is hereby ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Zia Adyong for his manifestation.
The Honorable Zia Alonto Adyong is recognized for his manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, I extend my deepest gratitude to my colleagues in both the Senate and the House of Representatives for their dedication and commitment to ensuring a smooth and stable transition for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, the ratification of the bicameral conference, which we did earlier today, on resetting the parliamentary elections, reflects our collective effort to safeguard the progress we have made in building the region's institution. When it comes to peace and development, we are all stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the House deliberations and the bicameral conference, we made it a point to underscore the critical importance of the President's power to appoint, as reflected, Mr. Speaker, in our own House bill version, giving primacy and credence primarily to the constitutional mandate and authority by the sitting President to appoint these officers, as referenced under Section 16, Article 7 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. This power is not only necessary, Mr. Speaker, to maintain governance continuity, but also ensures that the leadership in the region remains aligned with the principles of inclusivity, efficiency, and accountability while it is still under transition period. It is worth emphasizing, Mr. Speaker, that the current occupants of the BTA themselves hold their position by virtue of presidential appointment. Their mandate, Mr. Speaker, exists because of presidential fiat, reinforcing the role of the President in guiding the transition process. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, in crafting this measure, we ensured that regardless of what the President ultimately decides, there will be no vacuum in the Bangsamoro Parliament's leadership. The bill was designed to guarantee the continuity of governance, preventing any disruption in the transition period. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I humbly appeal to the President that upon the signing of this bill into law, he will exercise the appointing authority granted to him by the Constitution without delay. The Bangsamoro people need clear and decisive leadership to sustain the progress we have made. The President's swift action will provide the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, while still under transition period, the mandate and the stability it needs to necessarily govern effectively and fulfill the aspiration of a fully autonomous regional government. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, let us remain committed to ensuring that BARM fulfills its promise of delivering meaningful self-governance, peace, and development to the Bangsamoro people. Mr. Speaker, we submit to the decision of the President and we humbly appeal to him to appoint as expeditiously as possible new set of officers of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
The manifestation is noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 5832 and 7007 declaring holidays in certain localities. We have been informed that the Committee on Local Government sponsored the aforementioned House bills, as well as the authors have no objection to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill number 5832 and 7007.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bills numbers 5832 and 7007. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a minute of suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on the third reading House Bill number 10147 and Senate Bill number 2928, respectively, increasing the bed capacity of the Philippine General Hospital. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of House Bill number 10147, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2928. In accordance with our rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2928 as an amendment to House Bill number 10147.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2928 as an amendment to House Bill number 10147. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2928 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 10147. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Before we vote on it. Pero is there any objection? Tawagin mo. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11230 and Senate Bill number 2804, providing for a new charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said conference report. All those in favor of the conference committee report, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said conference committee report is hereby ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11113 and Senate Bill number 2555, rationalizing the safety measures and penalties relative to the operation of motorcycles. In accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said conference committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said conference committee report. All those in favor of the conference committee report, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said conference committee report is hereby ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 11355 and Senate Bill number 2558, enhancing animal industry development and competitiveness, strengthening the Bureau of Animal Industry, and creating for the purpose an Animal Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, namely Representative Wilfredo Mark M. Enverga, Representative Joey Sarte Salceda, Representative Stella Luz Kimbo, Representative Nicanor M. Briones, Representative Robert Raymond Estrella, Representative Yevgeny Vincente Emano, Representative Arnan C. Panaligan, Representative Ambrosio Cruz Jr., and Representative Stephen James Tan.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the suspension of the session.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 4896 and Senate Bill number 2872, declaring the 16th day of May of every year a special working holiday to be known as National Education Support Personnel Day. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye.
Uh,
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 10142 and Senate Bill number 2575, further strengthening the early childhood care and development system. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report of the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5693 and Senate Bill number 1410, declaring the first day of February of every year as the National Day of Awareness on Jihad and other traditional garments and attire. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 10466 and Senate Bill number 2863, adjusting the monthly benefits of the retirees of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is hereby ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended. Baby o yung pa-baby? Ah, baby. Okay.
Bobo, congrats sa award mo. Mark. Ako may award ako. Ano, boss? Ah, nakakita ko. Habit pa ako dun.
Paano si Speaker? Order. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill Number 6 and Senate Bill Number 2699, promoting open access in data transmission and providing additional powers to the National Telecommunications Commission. Namely, Representative Tobias Janco, Representative Fernando Cabredo, Representative Brian Revilla, Representative Arnan Panaligan, and Representative Harris Christopher M. Onchuan.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill Number 9988, establishing a regular campus of the Don Honorio Ventura State University in the city of San Fernando, province of Pampanga. We have been informed that the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, sponsor of the aforementioned House bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 9988.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 9988. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9277 and Senate Bill number 2865, instituting reforms to enhance the efficiency and dynamism of the Philippine capital markets. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate Representative Johnny T. Pimentel as additional member to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8937 and Senate Bill number 2826, enhancing the fiscal regime for the mining industry.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The aforementioned member is designated as designated as a member to the designated bicameral conference committee. Majority Leader.
I move for the suspension of the session.
Session suspended.
Saan? Wala na. Authority. Authority na. Oh, meron na. Hearings, ano pa? Ano?
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Our esteemed colleagues, the Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, will address the body.
Thank you. Thank you all. Please take your seats. My esteemed colleagues, leaders of the majority and minority, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this session to a close, I stand before you deeply honored, yet profoundly humbled to have served as your speaker in this transformative era for our nation. The privilege of leading this distinguished assembly is not mine alone. It belongs to each of you who have upheld the spirit of democracy and the duty of public service with unwavering resolve. From the outset of the 19th Congress, we committed ourselves to a singular purpose: to be the vanguard of progress, the custodians of justice, and the architects of a future where every Filipino, regardless of station, has access to opportunity, security, and dignity. We have not wavered. We have not faltered. Together, we have rewritten what is possible. This chamber has been a crucible of ideas and actions, where principled debates gave birth to policies that strengthened our institutions, empowered our people, and fortified our economy. We have enacted reforms that resonate beyond the walls of Congress, reforms that will be felt in the homes of the ordinary Filipino, in the aspirations of the working class, in the dreams of the youth, and in the resolve of the underserved. Isinulong natin ang interes ng sambayanan, lumaban sa mga puwersa ng kadiliman, hindi umatras sa kampon ng kasamaan. Ours is a Congress that does not shy away from its responsibility to our people. We are not here to protect the powerful. We are here to serve the people, to stand for what is just, and to ensure that no one is beyond the reach of the law. We have exercised our oversight functions with boldness and resolve, exposing inefficiencies, dismantling injustices, and holding accountable those who betray the public trust. No institution is greater than the Republic. No ambition is above the Constitution. And no one, no matter how powerful, is immune from the will of the people. In these hallowed halls, we did not turn a blind eye. We did not look the other way. Instead, we face the truth, no matter how difficult, because leadership is not about privilege, it is about responsibility. Ang responsibilidad ay hindi iniiwasan. Ito ay ginagampanan. To those who believe they can manipulate power without consequence, let this House be a reminder. Kasaysayan ang huhusga sa atin. At ang kasaysayan ay walang puwang sa mga duwag. Ang Kongreso ito ay hindi magpapagamit sa alinmang interes maliban sa interes ng sambayanan. Ang tama, ipaglalaban. Ang mali, itatama. The numbers tell part of our story. 75 national laws, 112 local laws. 30 of these were LIDAC priority measures. 8 directly aligned with the vision set by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. But beyond statistics, our true legacy is measured in lives uplifted, in livelihoods secured, in futures brightened by the work we do in these halls. Consider the landmark legislative wage hike, the first in 3 decades, a long overdue intervention. It will ease the burden of millions of workers, putting food on their tables and hope in their hearts. This is what meaningful governance looks like. This is the impact we sought when we took our oath. Yet, for all that we have accomplished, our task remains unfinished. As the 19th Congress nears its conclusion, let it be clear, our commitment does not wane with time. It strengthens, it sharpens. Marami na tayong nagawa, pero hindi pa tapos ang ating misyon. Umaasa pa rin ang ating mga kababayan sa pangakong dala ng bagong Pilipinas. Ahead lies another democratic exercise, the 2025 elections, a moment when the will of the people once again takes center stage. To those who will offer themselves in service, I say this: campaign not in the pursuit of power, but in the pursuit of purpose. Engage not in division, but in discourse. Seek not victory for yourselves, but the vindication for the ideals we have fought for together. The people's voice is sovereign. Their trust is sacred. Their mandate is our marching order. My colleagues, let us not merely close a chapter. We must ensure that the story we begun continues. The legacy of the 19th Congress must not be one of fleeting triumphs, but of enduring transformation. Siguruhin natin na ang laban para sa mababang presyo ng bigas ay magpapatuloy. Tiyakin na may serbisyong medikal ang lahat ng pasyente. May sapat na sahod para bumuhay ng pamilya. We have redefined what it means to lead. We have proven what governance, when anchored in integrity and inclusivity, can be a force of national renewal. We have shown that in unity there is strength, in perseverance there is progress, and in service there is redemption. So let us persist, let us push forward, let us not forget that the Philippines is not merely a nation we govern. It is a nation we must uplift, protect, and propel into a future worthy of its people's boundless potential. With that, I extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. Madamo nga salamat ayong tanan. Mabuhay ang Republika ng Pilipinas. Mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino! Mr. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we have done our obligation, we have done our duty to the Constitution, to the Republic of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until Monday, June 2, 2025 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
There is a motion. The chair hears no objection. Motion is approved.